Bro, do you have family or friends in Australia, bro? Can you make family or friends in Australia, please? Because I have to go over there for training. Yeah, not that difficult. Isn't that what you like? Spider ladies? Yeah, you like them, right? Then go ahead. Okay, now comes the annoying parts, the annoying questions. Rejection, interest related, personality, and rejection. Alright, start with introduction. Introduction. These questions are hard, man. I hate introduction questions. Tell me more about yourself. Like, I didn't already do those? I already did those. Sorry. Interest related. All right. Here we go. Here we go. How did your interest in aviation or flying start? Around the time when I was 14. It was on my first ever flight that I took from Frankfurt to Paris for one of my competitions. As with many things, the feeling the first time is the pushback to the seat. Okay. I reached out to them, but it is for citizens only. They're not going to ask me that because I'm not a citizen. But you. I reached out to them, but have not been accepted into the program. I take pleasure in transporting people. Find it incredibly fulfilling to do so. Being an Air Force pilot sounds very thrilling in its own right, though. What have you done so far and in the past to pursue your interest in aviation or flying? Read through the Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. Watched couple of watched many YouTube videos on flying accidents and trends, and I'm also pursuing my own RPL PPL license. Bro, I flew through storms in game. Which area or part of being a pilot is attractive to you? Being in the sky and the freedom that comes with it is incredibly appealing. Other than that, I take a lot of pleasure in transporting people and also find it incredibly fulfilling to do so. I am quite accustomed to the roster shift and having to potentially shift the body clock to adjust to new time zones. Furthermore, exploring the world, visiting more countries, and immersing in their cultures. Unforgettable experiences as well. As you already have a family, how will you be able to manage financially with lower pay during training? How will I manage, bro? I'm a millionaire, bro. I'm a professional gamer. I did super well, bro. Fortunately, due to my success and my career, I managed to make enough money that for the time being, there won't be an issue. This is also the reason why I haven't pursued an aviation career earlier, because I needed to ensure that I have enough backup savings in order to make the career switch a reality. I don't know. Probably. I mean, how would you answer this question? We have spoken about it in a great detail, and she is very supportive of my career in aviation. In fact, she is one of the biggest pushers. The biggest pushers. Pushing me. Supporting. Bro, I mean, this is all purely hypothetically. If they ask me this question, like, what would they say if they asked you this question and you're like, what makes you think I have a spouse, bro? What will they be like? They're like, oh shit, bro. But in theory, this is what I'm gonna say. We've spoken about it in great detail, and she's very supportive of my career. She met me through my gaming career, in which an irregular schedule and constant traveling are already part of. Easy. Why are you seeking a change in job? In a professional sports e-sport career, age and time matter a lot. The young guns have a lot more time to pursue excellence than I do. I do not want to keep competing, knowing that I would not be able to be the best in the world as I once was. So instead, it became my sole focus to make the career switch to aviation happen, and I'm now fully invested in making it a reality. No, he won TI when he was at 27, I believe. It was like 10 years ago, right? Around there. He was at 27, 28 or something. Anyway, it's not proven that it's like that, but you know, it is true. I feel like once you reach 30, you suddenly become garbage in gaming. Look at Ice Ice, dude. When he became 30, he became. What even happened to him? I haven't seen him in forever, dude. Is he okay? She told me to become a pilot that we're done. Help me. Is he still streaming and stuff? I haven't seen him in forever. Damn, yeah, that's what I thought. At my current... I did think about enrolling to a uni and acquiring a degree just recently. However, I was advised that if I want to pursue this career path, it would take too long now to finish a degree and then get practical experience. This is why instead I chose to take practical training. PPL, RPL license. Yeah, but I haven't seen him in forever. That's the thing, man. We used to be super close, but I haven't talked to him in forever. You have worked very hard to reach your position in your current job. Why do you want to throw it all away? Oh my gosh, dude. I have achieved the goal that I had in my career, which was to be the best in the world. It was a very fulfilling and fun career. However, now at this age, I wouldn't be able to compete to the standard that I expect from myself and others around me. Simply because I can't put in as much time as the young teens. Yeah, bro. I'm sure I could also still win a TI if I get lucky enough. But that's the thing with Dota also, it gets easier and easier, so probably the age and the upper age limit will always get longer. And also there's no new talent coming in, so the skill level overall isn't really increasing anymore. You know, like in order to get better, like, you know, old players are not getting better anymore. They're very set in their own ways. And there's no new talent coming in. So the level of play will always be the same now until the end of Dota. Probably. If you're interested in aviation from a young age, why didn't you pursue flying or something aviation related? Well, yeah, this question is definitely gonna come, dude. If I tell them that I was interested in flying from like age 14 on, they're like, why didn't you start earlier then? Because of my gaming career. It was a very demanding and time intensive career, taking up to 11 or more hours of work on most days. I did think about changing careers earlier. However, the reality was that I had not made enough savings prior to quitting recently. Once I achieved my goal and made enough savings to be able to support myself and family, I started the career switch. What was the pivotal moment that made you realize that you want to be a pilot? I was quite interested in flying from a young age. However, not flying myself, but rather just being in the air. The pivotal moment for me came when my friend, I know his name this time, okay? I'm not gonna mess up again. My friend that works at ATC at Changi mentioned that he thought I could potentially be a good pilot because of some of the qualities that I had to obtain during my career. You've never flown a plane before. What makes you sure that your dream job and that you will enjoy it? That's a tough question, dude. I haven't flown in a plane direct. I haven't flown a plane directly. However, I did play a couple of simulators. It was an incredible feeling. And a joyful experience. Of course, flying a real plane will be much more difficult and different, but that is also the fun part of it. The more challenging. No. That's it. It was bugged as fuck, dude. I got stuck in a building. Don't you remember? Hello, Neo. Dude, my plane was stuck in a house. That's such a hard question to answer. What makes you sure that it's your dream job and that you will enjoy it? Like, how do you know if something is your dream job? Like, what is even a dream job? Like, you wake up dreaming about aviation and you pee yourself or what? I have read through the Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge by FAA. I researched online via forums. I spoke to pilots when I had the chance to. I tried to visit as many cockpits during my flight as possible. And I've also watched a fair amount of YouTube, mostly mentor pilots. No, I would never say. I would never say I want to be an instructor pilot. But this question, they would never ask me, right? Because I wouldn't even say that I want to be an instructor pilot or that I have an interest in teaching necessarily. So I guess I can. I can still answer it. Why not? Some practice. You mentioned wanting to be an instructor pilot in the future due to your interest in teaching. Why not be a teacher or educator where teaching becomes your primary role? That would mostly come down to the fact that I can definitely see myself enjoy flying for the next 30 years. But teaching from books and teaching from the same books in the same room every day is not something that I could personally imagine doing for the long term future. Yeah. If they ask that question, you have never experienced flight training, which is where individuals eventually realize that they get airsick each time they fly. Should this happen to you, will you continue with flight training or what will you do? Ah, shit, dude. I didn't even think about that. uh, imagine you get like super sick every time you fly, bro. Well, I do know. I would definitely stick it out. I know that the body can get used to combating air sickness by repeatedly being exposed to it. My attitude and mentality will make sure that I have a no give up attitude, so that will drive me forward to the program completion. Even if I was to be inconvenient inconvenienced by something like initial air sickness. However, I climbed Mount Fuji and Zugspitze before, and I had absolutely no problem with the altitude. That's why they call me GodGamer69 speaking here. Hello. Okay. Probably shouldn't say that. Can you imagine if we do that? You go to the interview and you're like, hello guys, I'm GodGamer69. They'll be like, I did try flight simulators and I was incredibly proud of myself when I achieved full respect of the airline for completing procedures correctly. Cool looking glasses. Laughing emoji. Have you watched Sully? What is Sully? Is it a movie or what? I should probably watch that movie, actually. Yeah, I should probably watch it. 2016? Oh, it's from the US Airways flight, from the Chad pilot that landed the plane in water. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know the story, but I didn't know there's a movie about it. This portion was pretty simple because, I mean, it's just my honest answers and everything, right? So what's next? Personality questions are fucking hell, dude. Personality questions are tough. They would be like, give me one of your greatest strengths and stuff like that. Personality questions. Tell me about a time when you are big. What did you do? What was the outcome? I hit him and he died. No, of course not. Of course not. In my line of work, it was usually business over friendship. So it's not out of the ordinary to not like each other in person, but work very well together in competition. Usually, I would try to be when that happened, I would try to treat them like I would treat most friends. Sometimes, given enough time, it can actually develop the relationship, and you two might end up becoming, and the two of us might end up becoming friends as well. Especially during my early years when I moved to China from Europe, I took it upon myself to learn more about the language, the culture, and the people I was surrounded by. This helped me and my team immensely as it made communication easier and allowed us to become the best team in the world. Yeah. Had a disagreement with someone. How did you resolve it? Disagreements are very common in competitive team sports. Usually, when we have a disagreement, we would both present our points. If no conclusion could be reached by the end of our private discussion, we would involve our coach and manager to try and resolve it together. The final call was always made by the coach, and whether he was right or I was correct, we settled on whatever was best for the team. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of text, bro. Ooh. Give an example and outcome. Ugh. Ugh. I had to make a decision quickly. It was at the end of my second world championship where I received an offer to move to China and join the, at the time, second best team in the world. Since it was my goal to become the best in the world, I took the offer immediately. I knew the risks and difficulties, but I was confident that my work ethics and attitude would make me prevail in the end. And it did! Worked under pressure. In competitive sports, you constantly work under pressure. Whether it is during training, when you're trying to master a new tactic, or an actual competition where even a single misstep or a single second can make or break the entire tournament. You're responsible for not just yourself, but also your team's success. Demonstrated strong leadership skills. It was just before the fourth world championship where one of my best friends and teammates at the time was found to be the weakest link of the team. I had a discussion with the team and they told me they were dissatisfied with him and his attitude. I approached him and told him, you got 2 months to work on improving yourself and your attitude. The team is not satisfied. He ended up not changing, taking it for granted, and I ended up having to remove him. This was a morally tough decision because we were good friends and it put our friendship in peril. Peril. Demonstrated good teamwork. I generally try to be as useful and helpful to the people around me as possible. Good teamwork is a constant in my line of work, and without good teamwork, you would not be able to win competitions with your team. That being said, I do actively try to help if someone is struggling with a certain gap in knowledge, or maybe even something as simple as fitness regime. Had to deal with a conflict dispute. Coming from a Western background and being a young, inexperienced teenager, I once made an inappropriate joke with one of my teammates. He ended up getting very mad and hit me. I thought about the encounter for the rest of the day and realized that because of cultural differences and my own different perceptions and experiences, jokes that or words that I might find harmless could be very hurtful to other people. I went to him, asked for a private talk, explained my situation, and apologized. We ended up being good friends and teammates afterwards. I'm pretty good at writing essays, man. That's why I always had an A plus in English. Okay. What was the biggest challenge in national service? That's an easy one. I was too much of a Chad. So even the trainers and officers always ask me for advice. Can you imagine you say that, dude? They'll be like, all right, you're out. Exempted from NS. What qualities, traits, personalities are required to be a good pilot? Which one do you have? The traits I believe are important to be a good pilot and I possess are discipline, follow rules, schedules, and procedures. A strong leadership ability, which I had to develop over my almost 2-decade-long career. The ability to work under pressure and learn quickly. And a risk-averse mindset, which I had to develop because I traveled to many different countries from a young age and needed this mindset in order to protect myself and my belongings. Huh, whoops. Bro, copy this, please. 5. Oop. Should pilots think and execute actions in methodological and sequential approach? I think both that are important. If nothing is out of the ordinary, standard procedures and in a methodical manner are appropriate. However, if an unforeseen circumstance arises, such as an emergency, you need to be dynamic. You need to be able to adapt dynamically because every situation might be different. What are your greatest strengths? Ah! I hate that, dude. I hate that. What are your greatest strengths? I would say my greatest strengths. Okay. Yeah, I'm a pure strength builder. That's my greatest strength, bro. I don't need to dodge. I'm a trait builder. If you flame me, I absorb the flame and flame you harder. We always trade, bro. I believe my bluntness made me a very effective and efficient. Is efficient and effective the same word? Or do they describe different things? Mm. It's different, right? Because I'm an effective and efficient leader. Mm. There's a Windows app for WhatsApp? Sufficient? No, effective just means that things are being done in a very... How do you even describe effective? Like, everyone knows what effective means, but how do you describe it? Like, things that are being done properly and quickly. Yo, Jensen. And straightforward nature makes generally appreciated. My honesty. However, when delivering feedback, I was often not very tactful due to this. Due to this, when giving feedback, I was not very tactful in order to be able to deliver feedback in a better way. I took a course on human emotion and how to deal with certain scenarios. Boom. Ugh. Okay, number 7. What is your greatest weakness? I feel like a lot of weaknesses can be strengths and vice versa. However, in this particular context, I'd have to say that my biggest weaknesses are weakness is how hard I take failing something. Once I fail something, in the past, when I failed something that was important to me, I would get incredibly disappointed and upset with myself. Good point. If one doesn't know how to break out of this mindset, it can be incredibly demotivating and bad for mental health. Banana 8. What is your greatest fear? I mean, spiders are pretty fucking high up there, dude. I have very high expectations and standards of myself. My biggest fear is to fail to achieve the goals that I set for myself. How do you typically cope with stress? What do you usually feel stressed about? Luckily for me, I had to deal with stress due to the nature of my competitive sport almost daily, and thus developed a certain degree of tolerance. In the unlikely event stress does get to me, however, I usually cope by exercising. I If I set my goal to achieve something, that will be the most probable cause of stress for me. But are you afraid of heights when you're sitting in an airplane, though? That's very different. Because if you stand on a glass panel on like 200 meters high in the air, yeah, you might be really afraid. But are you afraid if you're actually sitting in an airplane? Oh, it's a big difference. See? Because you sit on something, you feel very secure. Fear of heights is a real thing, but if you don't have a problem while sitting on an aircraft, there's no issue for you. Yeah, then no problem. Typically, they say I'm a hardworking individual that tries to include people in many ways as possible. The reason for that, why? The reason, is it why they would say that about me, or why that is the case? When I see, I tend to spend a lot of time improving myself and my skills for that are important for achieving my goal. It has especially similarly often prompted me to take a little more time off, thinking I'm working too much. When there are people around me that I feel might want to be part of the conversation but are too shy to join it, I try to bring them into it in a subtle way so that they also have the opportunity to enjoy themselves and get to know the others. How about, okay, one thing that helped me, no joke, I feel like I was afraid of heights, but then I went to Saudi Arabia. There's this huge, like you take an elevator, I think like 150 floors up, and there's a glass bridge. Okay? Spend half an hour on that glass bridge and you will be cured. I promise you. I literally almost peed myself up there, dude. I almost shat my pants. But then, like, something happened after like half an hour and suddenly I was fine. I'm serious. I was also afraid of heights. But after that event, boom, gone. Now I don't mind gondolas anymore. I don't mind glass bridges anymore. Nothing. I feel like I'm cured suddenly because of that. Before that, if I ride like a cable car, I'm terrified. If I stand on any glass panel, I'm terrified. That really helped me, dude. I mean, the best way to combat your fear is to expose yourself to the fear, right? Like that is a proven concept already. Like if I'm afraid of spiders, the best way for me to get over that is probably to interact more with spiders, right? That you get close to them, eventually maybe let one walk on me, things like that. That would be the most effective way of getting over that fear. No, like that's just how it is. If you want to get over something, you gotta face it. Uh-huh. Okay, gotcha. That brings me back to the question. There's always safety measures in everything. In fact, any accident that happens in most cases is more of a freak accident. Like, even like fucking scuba diving, dude, when you jump off cliffs and shit. Like, that, as long as you're somewhat trained, is really safe, you know? Arm wrestling is really safe unless you don't know what you're doing. You can easily break an arm. Everything in life is really safe unless you are super untrained, in which case you need somebody that is really trained to help you. If you have somebody that's really trained, then you're good to go. Yeah, water sucks, dude. The fuck? How did you almost drown, bro? What are you doing? There would have to be my dad. He was a very strong-willed and competitive man. He was incredibly caring for the people around him, and when he set a goal to achieve for, he wouldn't stop until he achieved it. I say most of my personality nowadays actually comes from him. Oh, royally F. Oh, you couldn't swim? You went down a water slide and you couldn't swim? That sounds fucking dumb, dude. Yeah. Don't try to swim if you can't swim. I mean, learn to swim in safe conditions, bro. Don't just dunk yourself into a deep pool of water. Swimming, I think, is something you will never regret learning. I think you should learn it. Okay, so moving to China, joining the best Chinese team in the world, and becoming the best team in the world with my team. I became a pillar of two cultures, communities due to this, and this also made me achieve my goal of becoming the best in the world. It's something I promised my dad I would do with this unusual career path. But it's a good advice, right? I feel like being able to do something that can eventually save your life, it's just a good skill to have. You know, like yeah, cooking is nice. Don't get me wrong, cooking is nice, but being able to swim or doing a pull up or being able to like push something heavy off you with your legs or something, that's like it might not ever happen, but it's very practical, you know? Like to me that's more important than knowing how to cook, personally. The gap between being the best and second best is very minor at times. We try to overcome that gap for quite a while, utilizing different methods. For a time, it didn't work, and we constantly lost to them in the finals. We overcame this by continuing to practice and develop new ways of training, which eventually made us the best in the world. Exactly. And I can guarantee you, in those moments, you're gonna be fucking strong. Okay? Like, when you do a pull up at the gym now, you're not even using like 70% of your strength. Like, once you're full of adrenaline and your body is in survival mode, the amount of power you get out of nowhere is absolutely crazy. Like, trust me. If you can't do a pull up right now, you might be able to do a pull up in an emergency situation. You know, if you can do a pull up now, you can do probably almost a one arm pull up in an emergency situation. Like, the human body goes insane when there's trouble around. Human body is absolutely crazy. No, I don't think you can do a laser beam. Sorry, you're not Superman. Maybe in the future you will be. Never say never. An environment where people around me push themselves as much as possible. This further motivates me to work harder as well. On top of that, the atmosphere should be one where everybody can be themselves. Hard work and kindness are important to me. Can you provide examples and show that you can adapt to a wide variety of people, situations, and environments? I was the only player in my particular discipline that played on every continent on the planet. That means I met players, people from all sorts of different cultures and backgrounds. This provided me with constant challenges, not only to become a better player, but also to be a more inclusive and kind-hearted person. Every time you get to visit a new country and experience their culture, that life experience will be added to your own and makes you that much better. How about reflex or dodging something that will hit you off? I mean, it depends what you mean. Like, if you're talking about you're walking on the street, somebody pulls a knife and tries to stab you, that's probably pretty impossible to react to. But definitely, like I have pretty good reflexes. There have been times where there was like a stray tennis ball or something flying at someone, and I just like hit it away or I caught it or something, you know, like one of these movie moments. That's pretty epic, but it's not really like super applicable. You know, like you feel really cool in that moment, but it doesn't really do anything for you. You're like, well, okay. And they're like, oh, thank you, and that's it. I do well in both. However, I much prefer talking to writing. It's more time efficient, and you can gauge the nature of the other person much easier. Also, talking in person can help build an initial relationship with a strong foundation. I do like written text sometimes, though, because it makes it very easy, because it makes it easy to double check things you aren't sure about. I mean, the real answer to that is if somebody wants to stab you in your stomach, you breathe in and build that ab wall. And then they try to knife you, and then the knife breaks because you have abs of fucking steel. Alright? And you're like, get that knife out of here. As the first in command, he is ultimately responsible for making the final call that he perceives to be correct. All I can do is, when I see something that I disagree with, all I can do when I see something that I see or hear something that I disagree with is bring it up and discuss it with him. Doesn't work at all, yeah. It's the job. Depending on the situation and whether there are procedures for it. If there are standard procedures for it, I'd advise him to stick to those. If after that he still wanted to do things his way, I would do it his way, because unity in the cockpit is of utmost importance. Ultimately, he is the authority that makes the last call. Experience is the best teacher? No, I don't want to experience getting knifed. It doesn't sound great. What is your favorite color? Blue. Yeah, getting knifed is fucking horrible, dude. Oops. Very comfortable. It was part of my job almost every day. Giving interviews, attending fan meetings. I grew accustomed to it, and it started being quite fun. The fuck, dude? How does that even happen? Like, okay, once I could maybe understand, but 3 times? Here in Singapore? Both. Best case scenario for me would be working with machinery while being surrounded by other people. Oh, in a gang. Okay, yeah, well, I guess that's more likely then. Like me as a kid, And as an adult too, I never got into any trouble. Like I've been safeguarding myself since I was like 12, 13 years old because I had to fly overseas as a young kid. And the only way to protect yourself and your belongings is to be like super careful, dude. Like you have to be super observant and you keep your distance from people that you get bad vibes from. And just in general, you don't trust anyone. You know? Of course, hey, that trust, you learn sort of what kind of people you can surround yourself with and whatnot, but yeah. Yeah, it was the same in my school. However, I was this fat little kid, or not fat little kid. I was this fat big kid that you can't beat because I was really strong, and anybody that started shit with me was beaten. So I literally had no friends in school, but I also had no enemies because everybody kept their distance from me. Every bully ever got beaten. Correct. The schools are a shit place, honestly. Schools are a terrible, terrible place. Depends on how much time I have and where I like to explore. If not, then just Thanks, Tomster. Appreciate it. Done. Last one. Rejection. Believe. Not the earliest starter. However, I would still be flying for over 30 years. What I lack in an early start, I will make up with hard work and life experiences that I gathered throughout. I had to endure an problematic hardships in pursuit of excellence. My last competitive sports career, I made it to the top many people ever thinking that I could. This is mainly because I set a goal for myself and work efficiently and tirelessly towards that goal. I might not, I don't have the most experience right now, but given time, I will meet, I will, I will try to meet, eventually exceed expectations. If I'm not selected for the job, I would probably try to go through SFC, a private private CPL route, and then reapply. Only reason I haven't found that path yet is because I heard from schools and other that that the private path makes it much more difficult to be hired. Well, it's already not true. I worked very hard in my school years to be able to sustain both a professional gaming career full time as well as my academic studies full time. Despite that, managed to be one the best, later even the best in my sports field, while also being one of the best students at my school. I am confident in my learning and studying abilities. Physics was one of most favorite my favorite subjects at school, simply because it teaches you a lot about the world around you and about how things work and why they work. Every time you learn something new, you can relate to it because that is how it works in the real world. Very practical and applicable knowledge. You failed the air grading basic wind course. Yeah, so why was it so? I mean, I can skip that one. NA. I wasn't as confident in my abilities as I just recently started out my aviation journey. I've grown more knowledgeable and more confident in myself. One second, guys. I got a call. Hello. Hi, I'm calling from Chinese General Hospital. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Correct. For the CASA. Okay, 1 second. Okay, yeah, ready to note down. Okay, the email address will be aviation screening. Just to double check, just both words written normally, yeah? Okay. Yeah. At cgh.com. .sg. Aviation screening at cgh.com.sg. 6936 5241. 6936 5241. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Bye bye. Now that's what I call being professional, man. Why can't everybody be like that here in Singapore or even in Australia? Like some people are so unfriendly, you know? I make an inquiry, you answer, you give me precise information, done. No need of that like attitude. Dude, when I went to okay, quick story time, all right? When I went to my vacation in Germany, I'm a German, right? I visited my mom and we rented a car, all right? We rented a car. And then literally I didn't know what to do in the car park because the sensor was weird. Like you needed to be like really close to the sensor or something. And he couldn't just outright tell me, you know? He's like, put your car where your feet are. And I'm like, what are you trying to tell me, bro? What do you mean put my car where my feet are? Can you just tell me to drive the car closer to the sensor, or what is your problem, dude? And he got like super mad at me. And then when I drove my car there, and then the thing opened, and then he like left this super snarky remark. Oh, even you finally managed to do it. I was literally about to go to the office, and the fuck you doing, bro? Why you gonna be an asshole? Be nice. All right, thank you. Rant over. Is live? What do you mean by live? Are you asking if this is like a live test? No. Career and achieve my main goal. Financial stability and best in the world. Now I want to focus on things I developed a long-term interest in. I've been looking for this career change for a while, but my demanding and time-consuming professional sports career left no time outside of for pursuing anything in aviation. I have just recently started my journey. I've already read through the handbook of aeronautical knowledge, watched videos on flights, continuing to learn about aircraft and skills. I feel that in the limited amount of time that I've had so far, I've been able to pick up a decent my full focus is now on pursuing this career, and I'll work hard to make sure that I meet and eventually exceed expectations. Someone truly passionate and interested in aviation would have dabbled with flight simulation games. Mostly due to the fact that I had no free time outside of my career. I have been playing flight simulation games much more frequently now, and it helped me understand certain aspects of flight and aircraft a little more. However, I did also to instructor and other cadets, and they mentioned that I have to be careful that I don't overdo it because it might produce bad habits before you even begin your real training. You do not have a driving license. Why do you not obtain one? I do in fact have 2 licenses. A German one and a Singaporean one. And I never had a single speeding ticket or how do you even spell that? I don't even know how to spell it because I never had one. Oh, I spelled it correctly. What do you mean by yet? Bro, I've been driving for 13 years, alright? I mean, of course, eventually I'll probably get one. The chance that you never get one is quite low. Bro, there was a lot of typing, man. I actually feel like I'm like a god gamer when it comes to typing. I type so fast and accurately. They call me God Gamer 69 for a reason. I need some music right now. Well, it sounds better to say professional sports than professional esports player because they don't know what esports is.
We need stories.
All right.
Look how all the tables Look how all the tables have turned. Guess you're finally realizing how bad you messed it up. Girl, you're only
So I need one song
making-
to supercharge myself.
Girl, you're only making it worse when you call like you always do when you want someone. You took away a year of my fucking life, and I can't get it back no more. So when I see those tears coming out your eyes, I hope it's me, therefore you didn't love when you had me, but now you need me so badly. You can't be serious, that's hilarious. Thinking I would still want you after the things you put me through. Yeah, you're delirious, that's hilarious. Now you put the blame in, now you put the blame in reverse, trying to make me feel guilty for everything you've done. You're another lesson, you're just another lesson I learned. Don't give your heart to a girl who's still got a broken one. You took away a year of my fucking life, and I can't get it back no more. So when I see those tears coming out your eyes, I hope it's me, therefore you didn't love when you had me, but now you need me so badly. You can't be serious, that's hilarious. Thinking I would still want you after the things you put me through. Yeah, you're delirious, that's hilarious. You didn't love when you had me, but now you need me so badly. You can't be serious, that's hilarious. Thinking I would still want you after the things you put me through. Yeah, you're delirious, that's hilarious.
Oh, that song is so good, dude. That song is so good. Well, how about this one?
Add more joy to your snack time with world's leading cheese brand, The Laughing Cow. You can have the delicious creamy cheese.
Alright.
Until we start to fight, keep alive. No matter what they say, you must believe in yourself. You will breaking through the night. Fire in your eyes shines so bright. 每一次孤单的旅行，轮回新的谜题，逃不出命运，怀疑是谁拨动了这一赛季的天平。难道不曾尝过绝望一击就不够自立？来被谁拨一句，不再逃避，踏上未知的禁区，打破了沉默的规矩。越背道而行，越不再犹豫，跟随着我的心，等风起，展翅翱翔去遇见你。One time you fight the fear, fly to high. Every time I do remember how you can try. You want to be the one who will light all the day until we start to fight. Keep alive, no matter what they say, you must believe in yourself. You will breaking through the night. Fire in your eyes shining so bright. 再一次仰望着星海，最初的梦还在。决心去为你征战，去程的路上，夜空比灯火灿烂。躲在此刻背弃过去的人，没资格挑战，坚定才能勇敢，热血不散。再一同搏击未来，棋子连心一去成败。不被谁称赞才最不平凡，只有我能主宰。再一战，全力以赴，不留遗憾。One time you fight the fear, light to high. Every time I still remember how you can try. You're born to be the one who relies on the die until we start to fight. Keep alive, no matter what they say, you must believe in yourself. You will breaking through the night. Fire in your eyes shining so bright. 越黑暗越接近光明，挣扎过才
100時間
Okay,
では
okay, okay,
効
okay.
果
One more
は
song, one more song. Then I'm charged. Charged and ready to go.
でも800
遠に死んだ心と止まない雨の中血だまりで泣いてる天使と出会ったまだ救いを信じる君の細い声が私を魔王にするのよ光なき世界きなく強さをちょうだい神様なんて人でなしから君を守れるようにいかずしか今私を打ち抜いたこの愛で今私は修羅に変わるいかずしの世に命をきらめいて全ては燃やし尽くして君の未来を照らしそして消える愚かな人だったよといつかそう笑ってくれ切り裂かれた痛みも家の6畳の部屋腕の中で眠る天使を見ていた地獄に生まれたことまだ知らぬ顔が私を守りするのよ
My parents said they take me down so low. Tried to run but now there's nowhere left to go. I waited for a blessing when I prayed. Coulda, shoulda, thought but I'm all alone. Come save me, my baby. Take it back, just say that I got your back now. Voices, the voices, step up now. You stand down, you are alone. With this so after the world. You inspire, I never heard, God of hell. Hope and blues, crazy flows, cocoa eyes, lights so loud. Tell me, don't you love who to me, who defeats you? The church is fair, come on. That piece up here, come on. Every raise your head to say she's a saint. Hell yeah, wake up, make a breaker, now I'm all alone. Word. Take a shot, just keep me, now you show me how. 光なき世界切り開く覚悟をちょうだい
神様なんてエゴイストから君を守れるように生かすしか今私を打ち抜いたこの愛で今私は修羅に変わる生かすしの世に暗闇貫いて天然な道を示して君に翼を授けそして消える無邪気な人だったよといつかそう笑ってくれ
You're welcome, dude. Studying is great. All right. Okay, let's do some reviewing then. Oh. Understood. Mm. Sorry, I'm just reading a couple of things. All right. How does an aircraft fly? Through the four forces of flight: drag, thrust, lift, and weight. And in order for an aircraft to fly, the lift has to overcome the weight of an aircraft. lift is generated by the airfoil, or the wing of the aircraft, based on the Bernoulli principle, which says that there is a lower pressure above the wing than below the wing, because a fluid that accelerates experiences less pressure, and that difference in pressure creates lift. Drag is always around. It's the retarding force on the aircraft, and it's there because of wind resistance, because of air hitting the aircraft, because of wind streams colliding in the air. Lots of different drags. The weight is the gravitational force of the Earth, and thrust is produced by the engines. What are the four forces of flight? Lift, weight, thrust, and drag. What is lift? What is the formula of lift? How is lift generated? Lift is the force that gets a body airborne. It is created via air hitting the airfoils, also known as the wings. And it's based on the Bernoulli principle, which states that if a fluid accelerates, its pressure decreases, which means there is a lower pressure above than below the wing, and that difference in pressure creates lift. And the formula of lift is L equals 0.5 times density d squared times 0.5 times density squared times wingspan s times coefficient of lift CL, and the coefficient of lift is dependent on the angle of attack and design of the airfoil. Ah, crap! I forgot. It's wrong. It's density times velocity squared. CL is 0.5 times density times speed or velocity squared times wingspan times coefficient of lift. Crap. In the formula of lift density referring to density okay. What are the primary flight controls of an aircraft? You have the ailerons, you have the rudder, and you have the elevator. Elevator is responsible for the pitch movement up and down the lateral axis. The rudder is for the yawing axis, and the ailerons are for the longitudinal axis, the banking movement. How do ailerons work? How do the ailerons of an aircraft work? They typically move in opposite directions on the wing. For example, if a pilot was to input right aileron, the right aileron would go up and the left aileron would go down. The higher, or the wing with the aileron that moved up, experiences less lift than the aileron, or than the wing with the aileron that went down, and that lift difference is what creates that banking turn. So the banking, the turn is always in the direction of the lower wing. Describe in detail how an aircraft turns or banks. Okay, when a side stick or the control column is moved right or left, the ailerons deflect in opposite directions. If you input left aileron, the left aileron goes up and the right aileron goes down. That means the left wing has less lift than the right wing, and that difference in lift is what ultimately creates the banking movement to the left. Climb descent is when you push the stick forward or pull it back. If you pull it back, you initiate a climb. If you push it forward, you initiate a descent. Typically in a descent, you would take off thrust as the airplane naturally accelerates. And if you climb due to higher angle of attack, you would typically have to add some thrust to be able to maintain airspeed as well. Why does an aircraft not spin when you roll when you roll the aircraft? The aircraft does not spin because in a normal bank movement, or rather, in order to experience a spin, the aircraft needs to also experience an aerodynamic stall, while also being exposed to a pretty strong yawing movement. So in a normal standard turn, the aircraft will never spin. What is a stall and how does it happen? A stall is when the wings of the aircraft do not produce enough lift to keep it airborne. And it happens when the critical angle of attack is reached or exceeded. What do you do when an airplane experiences a stall? You push the control stick forward, nose down. Wings should be level, and thrust should be increased as necessary. You basically unload the wings and continue doing so until full control is regained again, at which point you can continue the flight. Explain what is fly-by-wire. The fly-by-wire is a flight control system which what's the right word? Not transforms, whatever. Which transforms the pilot's inputs into electrical signals that get processed by the in-flight computer and then get sent to actuators. These actuators then move the primary flight controls. Describe the general layout of an aircraft cockpit and some of its functions. The instrument panel is right in front of the pilot, and it has all the important instruments of an aircraft, like the altimeter, vertical speed indicator, etc. Then above the instrument panel is typically a glare shield, which has the purpose to protect against reflection of sunlight and protection against just the glare of sunlight. Then above that overhead, you have the overhead panel, which has auxiliary systems like cabin pressure, air conditioning, and electrical power. And then between the two seats is typically where the engine controls, the navigation controls, and the communication controls are located. And then you have the rudder at the feet of the pilot, and the control column is either to the front or to the side of you, depending on the aircraft. Name the common instruments found in the cockpit. Okay, so the altimeter gives you the distance of the aircraft. The vertical speed indicator indicates how fast an aircraft is climbing or descending. The airspeed indicator gives you the airspeed of the aircraft. The heading indicator shows the heading that you're flying to from 1 to 360 degrees. The attitude indicator indicates the position of the aircraft relative to the Earth's horizon. And the flight coordinator shows the degree of bank that the aircraft is currently experiencing. What is an HUD? Can pilots land without an HUD? HUD stands for heads up display, and it is basically a compilation of information that the instruments would also normally give you. So yes, a pilot can definitely land without an HUD. Name one instrument to look at when the aircraft is flying straight and level. Altimeter, turn coordinator, attitude indicator, vertical speed indicator. And that's it. Heading indicator is wrong. Climbing and descending. The altimeter, the vertical speed indicator, and the attitude indicator. Turning, the heading indicator, the turn indicator, and the attitude indicator. Turn coordinator, not indicator. Crap. Illustrate and describe how a turbofan engine works. A turbofan engine has two ways of generating thrust. The first is some of the air that gets taken in and by the engine completely bypasses the core of the engine, then gets accelerated by the initial fan and leaves faster than it entered, and then leaves throughout the exhaust. No, leaves throughout the exit of the engine. How do you even say that properly? And then leaves the engine faster than it entered. This creates thrust. And the more traditional way of creating thrust is it intakes air, the air gets compressed, the compressed air gets mixed with fuel, the mixture gets combusted, the mixture gets ignited, then it combusts, and the combustion creates strong exhausts that propel the aircraft forward. What is a high bypass engine? A high bypass engine is an engine where a high degree of air that gets taken in by the engine completely bypasses the core engine and instead gets sped up by an initial fan and leaves the engine faster than it entered, which creates thrust. What are the differences between a turbofan, turbojet, and turboprop? A turbofan, all three of them work in a similar way. However, the turbofan is mostly used on airliners due to its high efficiency at high altitudes, and it is also quieter. And it's also pretty quiet. Then you have the turbojets, which are mostly used for aircraft that fly at the speed of sound or faster because of their high efficiency at those speeds. And then you also have the turboprop engine, which is a little bit different from the other two because the exhaust that creates thrust for the other two engines actually powers a propeller instead, and then the propeller creates a pressure difference in wind before and after the wind blade, and that creates this thrust forward for the turboprop engine. And this is mostly used for training aircraft or short commute aircraft, since they don't need to fly at fast speeds or at high altitudes. What are the differences between jet engines and propeller engines? The way the thrust gets created is a little bit different. The jet engine typically takes in air, compresses the air, mixes the air with fuel. The mixture gets ignited. Then that causes a combustion. That combustion creates strong exhausts, which create the thrust and propel the aircraft forward. With the propeller engine, it's a little bit different. The process is much the same. However, the exhaust powers the propeller instead, which then creates a pressure difference in front and after the propeller blade. And that pressure difference is what creates the thrust for the propeller engine. Speed. Jet engines are made for high speeds and high altitudes, whereas propeller engines or turboprop engines are made for lower speeds and lower altitudes. Efficiency. Jet engines are most efficient at high speeds and high altitudes. Propeller engines are most efficient at low speeds and low altitudes. Jet engines are typically used in high-speed aircraft like airliners or jet fighters. And propeller engines are mostly used for aircraft or for training aircraft, short commute aircraft, etc. Okay, wait. Does the turbo work like a turbo? What is bleed air and what is it used for? Bleed air is the air that gets extracted from the compressed state, a stage of the combustion process, and is used for auxiliary systems like power supply, like air conditioning, de-icing, cabin pressure, etc. During cruise at cruising altitude for commercial aircraft, give the approximate altitude that's flying anywhere from 30 to 40,000 feet. Why? Because the air is thinner up there, and thinner air means less drag, so it is more fuel efficient. On top of that, it lets you avoid most of the turbulence created by bad weather, because you simply fly above the bad weather clouds. The cabin altitude will roughly be 6,000 to 8,000 feet, depending on how modern the aircraft is. The lower, the better. And it is mostly for passenger safety and comfort. Atmospheric temperature outside the aircraft. It is extremely... What are these random numbers calling me today, bro? It's extremely cold, minus 30 degrees and below, depending on where you're flying. And typically, for every 1,000 feet of altitude gained, it gets 2 degrees Celsius colder. And the pressure changes by roughly 1 inch of mercury per 1,000 feet as well. The initial atmospheric pressure is 29.92 inches of mercury. What do the runway numbers mean and describe? The runway number describes the direction of the runway, meaning runway 7, for example, is a northeasterly heading. And if it's used in the opposite direction, it becomes a southwesterly heading, and runway 7 would become runway 25. So runway 1 to 36, or runways can be numbered 1 to 36. Also, they're rounded to the tens of degrees, meaning that runway 2 is not exactly 20 degrees, just approximately. It's closer to 20 than 30, at least. What is Changi Airport's runway orientation? 02 or 20? So it's a northeasterly or southwesterly heading. What are the two devices that maneuver the plane on the ground? The tiller and the rudder. What are V-speeds? Describe the common V-speeds. V1 is the decision speed. After exceeding V1, a pilot is prohibited from rejecting takeoff even when an issue arises, because it's deemed safer to fly the plane and just land it again rather than aborting takeoff. You have the VR, which is the rotation speed. That is the speed the pilot is rotating the aircraft. You have V2, the takeoff safety speed, which is the minimum speed at which it is safe to take off for the aircraft. You have the V reference, which is the reference speed for aircraft during approach to avoid a stall. Why do pilots take the hands off the thrust lever throttle at V1? Because after exceeding V1, a pilot is prohibited from rejecting takeoff even when issues arise. State the typical takeoff, cruising, and landing speeds of commercial aircraft. Takeoff speed is roughly 150 to 180 miles per hour. The cruising speed is roughly 550 to 600 miles per hour. And the landing speed is also roughly 150 miles per hour. What is Mach 1? How fast is Mach 1 in kilometers per hour or knots? Mach 1 is the speed of sound, and in mph it's roughly 770, in knots it's roughly 670, and in kilometers per hour it's roughly 1250. 1230. Whoops. What is the purpose of wingtip devices? Wingtip devices are meant to smoothen the airflow over the wingtip, and they're also there to minimize the formation of wingtip vortices. A wingtip vortex is a disruption of airflow that forms around the wingtip, and it creates additional unwanted drag. Less drag means more fuel efficiency. Name the different types of drag. We have the interference drag. That is a drag of different air speeds colliding, or different streams of air colliding at different speeds in the air. You have the skin friction drag, which is the drag that gets produced by wind hitting the aircraft or the body of the aircraft. You have induced drag, which is always present as long as lift is present as well. It's mostly due to wingtip vortices and the wind getting disrupted around the wingtip. And you have the form drag, I think it's called, which is the wind hitting the rough spots on an airplane that causes drag. You also have an additional drag that isn't really of a concern to most airliners, which is the wave drag, but only aircraft that fly at or faster than the speed of sound experience that in forms of shock waves. And the parasitic drag is basically an overarching term for the skin friction, the form, and interference drag. wings. You have the swept back wings, which are most commonly used in commercial airliners. You have the delta wings, which are most commonly used in really high-speed aircraft like fighter jets. Both of them are very efficient at high speeds, but the swept back wings are more stable, which makes them perfect or they offer a high degree of stability, which makes them perfect for cruise flight. Both of these wings are quite hard to maneuver at lower speeds. And lastly, you have the rectangular wings, which are easy to produce and are mostly fitted on training aircraft and short commute aircraft, as they perform best during low speeds, low altitudes. During low speeds and low altitudes. Wingtip devices, you have wingtips. You have winglets. You have raked wingtips. You have sharklets, and you have blended winglets. All of them basically serve the purpose of minimizing induced drag by minimizing the formation of wingtip vortices, as well as smoothing the airflow around the wingtip. Flaps, we have plain flaps, slotted flaps, Fowler flaps, and there's always this one that I forget, dude. Slotted, Fowler, plain, and split. The split flaps? Yeah, okay. Woo! And the purpose of flaps is when they're extended, they create additional lift by increasing the camber of the wing, which makes it create more lift, as I already said, which makes maneuvers at low speed, like taking and land off. What am I saying? Take off and landing. I've been studying for 4 hours. Okay, guys, cut me some slacks. Landing and takeoff, not land off. Low speed maneuvers like landing and takeoff. And they can also be used to induce additional drag during descent, slow the aircraft down. Slats. All slats have the purpose of increasing lift, and there are 3 different types of slats. You have the automatic slats, which automatically extend when reaching a certain altitude or angle of attack. You have the fixed slats, which are always extended, but they create some drag problems down the line. And you have the powered slats, which are the most common slats nowadays, and they're extended via a pilot command electronically. Fixed slats. Yeah, and their purpose is also creating additional lift for low speed maneuvers like landing and takeoff. Prevent stalls or make stalling less likely. What are flaps and how do they work? Flaps are devices that increase the camber of the wing, which increases the lift they generate and makes it easier to maneuver the aircraft at lower speeds, especially useful for land-off and taking. Land-off. For takeoff and landing. Why do I keep saying that? Takeoff and landing. And also to induce additional drag when you want to slow down the aircraft during descent. Describe the pitot stasis system found in commercial aircraft. The network of tubes that measure the total pressure. There's a static pressure that is always present in the atmosphere. And then there is the no. The static pressure is measured by static ports. So it's a network of tubes that measure the total pressure of the static pressure. Oh, no. Okay. So it's a network of tubes that measure the total pressure, and the static ports measure the static pressure. The difference of that is the dynamic pressure, which gives the readings to the altimeter, vertical speed indicator, and airspeed indicator. That's it. And any sort of blockage can lead to faulty indications. What are the various crosswind techniques in landing an aircraft? You have the crab method, the side slip method, and the decrab method. The crab method is that you turn the head of the aircraft into the wind and you kind of let it drift to a landing. The side slip method is that you intentionally turn into the crosswind to mitigate its effect on the aircraft, which usually leads to smoother landings. And there's the last method where you combine the two for the best results possible. You start with the crab method and you end in the side slip method. Name some examples of twin engine. We have the Piper Seminole and Diamond. Was it 64 or 62? 62 DA or DA 62. 3-engine aircraft, Boeing 727. 4-engine aircraft, Boeing Airbus A380, Boeing, what is it, 747? Oh. Jesus. What is your favorite aircraft? Tell me more details about it and why is your favorite aircraft? What is so special about it? My favorite aircraft is the A350 because of its versatility. It can fly short haul distances all the way to ultra long haul distances. It is powered by two Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines, which makes it more fuel efficient, faster, and more quiet than other airplanes of its size. It can fit an incredible amount of cargo and passengers on board. And it can fit an incredible amount of passengers and cargo on board. I think that's it. But then, on a more personal note, what makes it most special to me is that I had the pleasure of visiting an A350 cockpit, one of my flights to Germany. And it's also the aircraft that I watched my first YouTube video on. Do you prefer Airbus or Boeing? Why? I prefer Airbus over Boeing. I believe their autonomous and digital approach is more future-proof than Boeing's approach, which is a little bit more traditional. And on a more personal bias note, I heard that the cockpit is more like the design is more ergodynamic. What is the word? Ergonomic. Ergonomic, right. The design of the cockpit is more ergonomic than the Boeing one. And I've also heard that acquiring additional type ratings or transitioning to a new Airbus aircraft is much easier than it is for Boeing. What are the main differences between an Airbus and a Boeing aircraft? The main difference in the cockpit are that a Boeing uses a control mode panel, which is basically the autopilot, and the Airbus uses the autopilot, and the Airbus has a side stick, whereas the Boeing has a control yoke in front of you, the side stick is to your side. Then design-wise, there are a couple of differences. The Airbus nose is more round. The Boeing nose is sharper. And the windows of the Airbus are more round, whereas the Boeing Airbus cockpit windows are a little bit more elongated. Oops, I answered the wrong question. Anyway, the aircraft also runs on different philosophies. Airbus has the philosophy that automation is a key in safeguarding an aircraft because most accidents happen due to human error. So it installed 3 laws onto the aircraft. The first normal law gives maximum protection. And for example, if a pilot tried to stall an aircraft or stall the aircraft intentionally, you wouldn't be able to do that in the normal or alternate law. Only when the flight systems degrade to an amount that... Okay. I think I have to start it over again. I know what I want to say, but saying it properly is not easy. So Airbus's approach is more autonomous and they rely on technology more because in their philosophy, most accidents happen due to human error, and they want to minimize human error as much as possible, which is why they install 3 laws onto their aircraft. The normal law, the alternate law, and the direct law. The normal law offers the most amount of protection, and then gradually, as the... How do you even say that? The flight systems, or the more problems the flight systems experience, the more the law system degrades. I think that sounds decent. Okay, so it's run on 3 laws, the normal, alternate, and direct law. In the normal law, even if a pilot tried to intentionally stall the Airbus, it would be impossible because the aircraft would always automatically put the nose back down. It would be impossible to stall the aircraft. However, as functionality of certain flight systems decreases, the protection offered by the laws also decreases. First, a reduction is from normal law to alternate law, which still offers a good amount of protections, but less enforced than it is in the normal law. And then the last law, the direct law, the pilots basically have full control of the aircraft and the autonomous factor is minimized. And that basically... Dude, why is it so hard to explain that? Maybe I just shouldn't explain that. Unless they ask, I shouldn't explain it. I think I should just say the approach of Airbus is more autonomous and based on technology because they believe that most accidents happen due to pilot error. So they installed 3 laws onto the aircraft. Done. Or they installed 3 laws onto the aircraft that are meant to prevent human error as much as possible, or that are meant to minimize human error as much as possible. Then if they ask, then you can elaborate. Okay, so normal law gives you the most protection. Even if you wanted to intentionally stall the aircraft, you wouldn't be able to because it would automatically push the nose back down. Then, as the systems degrade in functionality, the system would degrade to normal law. To alternate law, in which the protections are still there but less enforced. And then, if it degrades any further, it would go to direct law, which basically gives the pilot full manual control of the aircraft. Dude, my throat is so dry. Wait, I gotta eat a Los Angeles. Okay. Okay, so Airbus philosophy is to rely more on automation and technology. So they installed, because they believe human error is the biggest cause for aviation accidents. Due to that, they installed 3 laws which are meant to minimize human error. What are the 3 laws? Well, you have normal law, alternate law, and direct law. And normal law, which offers the most protection. Even if you try to intentionally stall the aircraft wouldn't let you. It would automatically go into nose down attitude and make sure the aircraft doesn't stall. What is happening? Okay. And then as the functionality of flight systems degrades, so does the law system. It would then go to alternate law, which still offers some protection, but not as much and is not as enforced. And ultimately, if it degrades even further, it would go down all the way into direct law, which will then give the pilots full manual control and only offer minimal protection or minimal automatic protection. Boeing's philosophy is a little bit more traditional in the sense that they also do use automatic protection, but it's not as enforced as it is on Airbus, because they believe that the pilot should always have the last say, no matter what. So, like the example I gave before, if you intentionally wanted to stall a Boeing, you could do so, albeit a little bit harder than if there was no protection systems available. But how do you say that one then? So Boeing's philosophy is a little bit different. It also has protection or layers of protection on board. However, these protections aren't as many and aren't as enforced as they are on the Airbus. Their philosophy is the pilot should always have the last say. Done. And then from there, well, that's it. There isn't really much to say after that. What are the 2 differences between a cockpit of an Airbus and a Boeing aircraft? Boeing has a remote control panel and a control yoke in front of you, whereas Airbus has a side stick and an autopilot. Remote control panel is basically an autopilot. Yeah. Describe how you will control or what you will input on an Airbus or Boeing to make them turn bank, climb, descend. Turn bank, you would input right or left aileron. I want to bank an Airbus aircraft. Do I just need to input aileron? While ailerons are the primary control for banking, rudder input is also important for coordinating the turn. Rudder input as necessary to make the turn aligned and smooth. Thrust needs to be adjusted appropriately. Usually more thrust is added during climb and less and thrust is taken off during a descent. Why are the Airbus A350 and Boeing 787 more efficient than older aircraft? Lighter composite materials, mostly carbon fiber, rather than older aircraft which use aluminum. Engines and aircraft designs are also more advanced. So they're more aerodynamic and more fuel efficient. So it's lighter and more efficient. And what are the main differences between the Airbus A350 and 737? The A350 is superior in almost every aspect. However, it also comes with increased size. The advantage of the Boeing is that it's, of course, smaller, which could lead to a quieter and more comfortable passenger experience. How do the Airbus A350 and Boeing 787 differ in terms of engines? The A350 only has one option for engines, the Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines, whereas the Boeing 787 has two different engine options. The Trent 1000 or the General Electric Gen X engines. Typically, the A350 engines will be superior no matter what, just because they're a more modern design, so they'll be more powerful and more fuel efficient. Why does the Boeing 777X have foldable wingtip? Purely for accessibility reasons, because the 777X is a little bit bigger than the 777, and it wouldn't be able to fit in all the airports that the 777 operates in. So as part of the a selling point, they needed to make sure that the 777X can also utilize the airports that the 777 can utilize. What are bleedless engines? How do they work? Were there any issues with this? Bleedless engines are engines that, as the name implies, bleed no air. There's no air taken out of the compression portion, which usually leads to an increase in performance. So it's going to be more fuel efficient and more powerful. However, it puts a lot more strain on the electrical systems because the bleed engine that powered auxiliary systems like cabin pressure, de-icing systems, air conditioning will now have to be powered by electrical power instead. So that that brings its own risks with it because of redundancy concerns potentially. Because now if you lose the power unit, you will lose, or if you lose electrical power, you will lose all the other functions as well. And of course, it's a little more complex to build an aircraft that has the electrical capacity to be able to handle a bleedless engine. Which aircrafts have a serrated engine nacelles or engine chevrons? Why are they designed this way? Some of the Boeing aircraft use engine chevrons, and it's mostly to reduce the noise of the engine. Whereas both Boeing and Airbus utilize the engine nacelles. It basically acts as a protective layer around the engine to protect it from debris and things like that. It is also built in a way that maximizes airflow through the engine, so it also reduces drag and maximizes efficiency. How can you differentiate and tell different commercial aircrafts apart, both interior and exterior? Well, exterior, there's lots of different ways. It's the size of the aircraft. It's the amount of wheels on the landing gear. It's the wing position, the engine position, the shape of the nose or the windows. Lots of different ways exteriorly. And interior, you have the small body aircraft, which only have a single aisle and many less seats, and you have the wide body aircraft, which have 2 aisles and typically 3 rows of seats. Different airlines also like to customize the aircraft in all sorts of different ways. You know, they customize the lighting or the in-flight experience, the music they play, etc. How much fuel is used from Singapore to destination? So an A320 on average burns roughly 3,000 liters of fuel per hour. So a flight to Taiwan that takes roughly 4.5 hours would burn roughly 13,500 liters of fuel. Whereas an A380 burns roughly 11,000 liters per hour due to its 4 engines. And the flight to Germany, or a flight to Germany that takes roughly 14 hours would burn close to, or maybe even more than 150,000 liters of fuel. What are the types of extra fuel carried on board? You have the trip fuel, which is the fuel from takeoff to landing, and you have the reserve fuel, which is the fuel that is used for potential problems that arise, delays, diversions, etc. You also have a diversion fuel, which is usually part of the reserve fuel, though, and that is meant to be the fuel that you use to get to a diversion airport. And then you have extra fuel, which is added at the captain's discretion. What's the word again? Discretion. For any but basically as like a safety contingency in case he's expecting more turbulence than usual or something like that. I am preparing very hard. What is the difference between Mayday, Mayday and Pan Pan. Pan Pan is a call of urgency without an immediate threat to life. Whereas Mayday is a full-blown emergency that requires immediate assistance of ATC and is typically a very life-threatening situation. What does Mayday fuel or minimum fuel mean? What are the procedures like? Minimum fuel is a call a pilot has to make to ATC when he's approaching the reserve fuel that he's not supposed to tap into under any circumstances. And it basically just informs them that they're about to have to announce their Mayday fuel. Once Mayday fuel is announced, it's a fully blown emergency. And at that point, ATC needs to assist the aircraft to land as soon as possible. What are the effects of decompression? What should you do when faced with it? Decompression leads to a rapid loss of oxygen, which can lead to hypoxia. And that comes with all sorts of issues. You can lose consciousness, experience severe pain, blurry vision, etc. A whole host of different problems. And you should immediately put on your oxygen mask and initiate an emergency descent to 10,000 feet, which is the highest altitude at which the air should be or is safe to breathe. What should you do when an aircraft engine is on fire? Should the engine still be on fire after attempting to extinguish it? What should you do next? If a fire is identified, fuel supply to the engine should be cut off immediately. Next, fire extinguisher should be turned on. If the fire is still not extinguished after attempting, after turning on the fire extinguishers, you have to observe the fire, make sure that it doesn't spread to any other part of the aircraft, and prepare for procedures like emergency landing and emergency evacuations if necessary. Where are the fire extinguishers typically located in an aircraft? In the passenger cabin, on the flight deck, in the lavatories, in the cargo hold. Those are automatic. And in the engines as well, which are used what's the word? They're used like the pilot can manually use them. What are they called? Oh, pilots can manually electrically operate them. Okay. Manually directly operate. Describe how waypoints are determined and obtained. A waypoint is a predetermined spot on the planet Earth, and it is usually obtained by measuring its latitude and longitude. If you have a navigational aid system on an aircraft, it's quite simple to just press on the location you want to fly to, and it will automatically get the coordinates for you. Or if you know the coordinates, you can also manually input them into the system. And if you're flying without instruments, physical landmarks can also be used as a checkpoint. How do pilots know the location of the aircraft? The most accurate way of knowing the location of the aircraft is GPS. If the GPS doesn't work, then VOR radio beacons can also be used to identify the position of the aircraft. The IRS initial reference system can also provide the location. How does the IRS function? on an aircraft. Is the INS the same as IRS? Okay, so the IRS is basically an upgrade of the INS. The INS tries to calculate the position of an aircraft with 3 gyroscopes and accelerometers by calculating the position, velocity, and orientation of the aircraft. And the IRS uses the same system. However, it also uses reference data from navigational aids like the GPS. Okay. So IRS equals upgraded INS. IRS uses same function as INS, except it uses additional reference data provided by navigational aids and GPS. So, how do pilots know the location of the aircraft? The easiest way to locate an aircraft is with the GPS. So with the GPS, if you're in range of an ATC radar, you could ask them for help, or you could use the IRS for guidance as well. I shouldn't say IRS because then they ask questions about the IRS. What is an IRS? An IRS uses self-contained data from 3 gyroscopes and 3 accelerometers to by calculating the position, velocity, and direction of the aircraft, and then to make it a little bit more accurate, also uses reference data of the GPS and other navigational aids. Ooh. Should an aircraft lose its GPS capabilities, how do pilots then fly the aircraft? If GPS is unavailable, pilots can use the VOR omnidirectional radio beacons in order to locate the aircraft. Physical landmarks and visual references become much more important and more useful to try to locate your own aircraft. If you're in range of a towered airport, the ATC could also help you locate your aircraft. Or, as a last resort, you could also use the inertial navigation system, which is a system that takes its own self-contained data via 3 gyroscopes and accelerometers to give you the aircraft, approximate aircraft location, speed, altitude, and heading. Explain what is a stall and how it occurs. A stall occurs when a critical angle of attack is reached or exceeded. And when a stall occurs, the wings do not create enough lift to keep the aircraft airborne. What is a stick shaker? A stick shaker is a mechanical device installed on aircraft to notify the pilots of incoming stalls by violently starting to shake. Give an example of a standard instrument departure, standard terminal arrival. This question is insane, dude. There's no way I can ever learn this by heart. Because you will have actual papers in front of you when you say this. Okay, for example, fly heading runway 3,000 feet, then follow radar vectors. Something like that. Initial contact and clearance. Contact with ATC and clearance by ATC. Then follow vector guidance by ATC. Then final approach and instrument and ILS landing. What is an instrument landing system? An instrument landing system is shown on the instruments by two colored needles, and it receives signals from a glide slope and localizer antenna. The glide slope antenna is at the start of the runway and gives you, was it lateral or vertical guidance? Okay. The glide slope gives you vertical guidance, and then the localizer is towards the end of the runway, and it gives you the vertical guidance. When both are aligned, then you're on track for a smooth landing. Subverse, the hell? Explain the purpose of transponder and squawking ident. A transponder is a device that sends a unique identification code to ATC, and squawking ident basically highlights your aircraft on the ATC's radar for identification purposes. Explain what is traffic collision avoidance system TCAS and how it works. TCAS is a system on an aircraft that works independently from ATC and other systems, and is basically meant as a last layer of defense to inform a pilot of an incoming mid-air collision. The system works by receiving and sending transponder signals, and then if it can sense that a mid-air collision was about to happen, an audible signal would be given to the pilots. What is turbulence? What creates it? How do we avoid or minimize it? Turbulence causes an aircraft to shake and rock, and is created by a disruption in airflow. Usually, could also be due to bad weather, rain and storms, etc., or the terrain that you fly through. For example, mountainous terrain could be pretty dangerous. How do we minimize it? You make sure that you constantly check the weather radar and see where the bad weather would be, and then you can actively avoid it. And just because of the height of the aircraft that it's at, you avoid most of bad weather automatically. And I'm pretty sure this is not at all what I wrote down, so I have to reread it. It's created by irregular air movements, primarily created by sudden changes in direction, speed, and wind, thunderstorms, mountainous areas, temperature variations, etc. The way point is by checking the weather radar for potential turbulence areas and try to avoid them by altering the flight path. Turbulence causes an aircraft to bump and shake. It is created by irregular airflow, mountainous terrain, or bad weather and temperature. What are the factors behind some landings being smooth with other landings being more rough? The runway condition, the pilot skill, the aircraft that you're flying, as well as the weather condition. What are the various types of air traffic controller ATC frequencies at airport? The CTAF, the Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, which is used at unmanned airports or uncontrolled airports. So pilots can self-identify or self-announce their position and communicate with the other pilots. You have the ground frequency, which is the frequency that grounded aircraft use to communicate to ATC, and you have the fly band, airband. You have the airband frequency, which is used for airborne aircraft to communicate to ATC. Am I in flight school right now? No. I wish, bro. I wish, brother. Conversion question. Give the conversion rate between feet and meters. 1 meter is roughly 3.3 feet. 1 kilometer, a kilometer is nautical miles, a kilometer hours and knots. 1 nautical mile is roughly 1.85 kilometers. 1 knot is roughly 1.85 kilometers an hour. Liters in US gallons. 1 gallon is roughly 3.8 liters. Speed mathematical question. Value of 1,000. So the way you do this is 100 divided by 36. I can also change it a bit, right? We can do like 200 divided by 3,600. The way you would approach that is see how many times 36 fits into 200. That is roughly 6 times. And then you would add 2 zeros, so 0.06 is the value. Distance covered in 1 second when traveling at 1,000 kilometers an hour. Okay, so first you would what would you do? What's easier? So if you turn it into seconds first, right? If you turn it into seconds first, it's divided by 3,600, of course, but that is quite hard to do. What if you do it 2 minutes first? So divide by 60, there's roughly 16 and a half. I say 17. And then 17 times 1,000 is 17,000. And then 17,000 divided by 60 is roughly 280. That's probably the easiest, right? But it's also pretty complicated. So let's just say distance covered in 1 second when traveling at 3,000 kilometers an hour. Okay? 3,000 kilometers an hour. I mean, it's pretty unrealistic. Let's say 500 kilometers per hour. Okay, first we put it into minutes divided by 60. That is roughly 9. Then 9 times 1,000. That is 9,000. 9,000 divided by 60 is roughly 150 meters per second. Thereabouts. Time taken to descend from flight level 360 to 9,000 feet if your rate of descent is 3,000 feet per minute. 36,000 minus 9,000 is 27. 27,000 or 27 divided by 3 is 9. So 9 minutes. Combination question, extension of conversion and speed mathematical questions from above. Given that an aircraft has traveled at 900 kilometers per hour for 7 hours, how far nautical miles has it flown? 900 kilometers times 7 hours is 6,300 kilometers divided by 2 is 3,150 nautical miles, roughly. Given that an aircraft has covered 7,000 km over 8 hours, what is the aircraft speed in knots? First we do 7,000 divided by 8, which is roughly a 9. So 900 kilometers per hour divided by 1.9 is roughly 4.5. So 450 knots. Roughly. 1 second. Alright, guys, we're almost done. Okay, Neo. Flashcards, yeah, I agree. They're very good. What is the volume of an interview room? Okay. How many planes are currently flying in the sky? 12 to 16. How do you calculate the area of a square? Is a length or a side times 2. The area of a rectangle is width times height. And the area of a circle is radius squared times pi. The volume of a cylinder is radius squared times pi times its height. Speed or velocity, both speed equals distance divided by time. And yeah, that's it. What is the difference between speed and velocity? Speed is a scalar value, velocity is a vector. A vector has both a magnitude and a direction, whereas a scalar value only has a magnitude and no direction. What is the capital of country? US was Washington, D.C. Canada was Ottawa. Belgium was Brussels. Australia was Canberra. Well, I need to know the SCA countries. Capital of Vietnam. Hanoi. Vietnam is Hanoi. Capital of Thailand. Bangkok. Of course. Thailand equals Bangkok. What else do we have? I think Philippines is Manila. Then you have Thailand, Vietnam. Thailand, Vietnam. Singapore, KL. Is there any other country I'm missing? Like a big country in SEA? I should know. Taiwan's Taipei, Korea, South Korea, Seoul. Japan is Tokyo. Australia's Canberra. What is the time zone of destination? Indonesia, that's right. Thank you. Indonesia. Jakarta. As a new capital city? Really? Nusantara? Wait, are you serious? Jakarta's actually sinking? Like people have to evacuate the country? I mean the city or what? So what are they gonna do with all the people? Didn't they already have population problems? And if he dies, he dies. What's the time zone of destination? England, Western Europe, or Europe is +0 to +2. +0 to +2. Then you have the Middle East, which is +3 to +5, I believe. Then you have West Asia, India, I think it's +6 to, or like Asia is +6 to +9. +6 to +9. Then Australia is +9 to +12, I believe. America is -5 to -8. Or most of it anyway. That's gonna be tough, man. What's the current time now and destination? It depends on daylight savings or not. Currently, it's dates of daylight saving. Globally. What date is daylight saving time? In November. Okay. So right now, for example, Germany is, I mean, Singapore is not affected by daylight savings. So Germany right now, even though it's +1, I mean, it is +1, so it's 7 hours behind. But in November, no, not in November. When are clocks put forward an hour? Alright, so our next time is a +6 only. Name several cities of states, provinces of country. That's super difficult. Because I'm not from here. What is daylight saving time? Affected countries put the hours. I put the clock forward an hour in fall and backward in March. Forward in spring. Yeah, forward in spring and backward in fall. Second Sunday, March forward. First Sunday, November back. What's the international date line? A line that passes through the Pacific Ocean. And it is situated, the Pacific Ocean is situated in between Asia and Australia on the west and America on the east. And it's basically a line. It's not a straight line. It's a little bit of a crooked line. And if you pass that line eastwards, the date decreases by 1. And if you pass it westward, the date increases by 1. Which country experiences a new day first? Kiribati. No idea where that is. What is the Greenwich Mean Time in GMT? It's the local time observed at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, London. Explain the reason behind my landing. Earlier than I departed. Flying eastwards from Singapore towards the USA. Flying eastwards typically means that you're flying with the jet streams, which means you have a tailwind behind you, which will lead to increased speed, probably making you arrive at the destination a little bit faster. 2 days later, I departed when flying westwards from USA towards Singapore. Flying westwards is flying directly against the jet stream, so flying against the wind would slow the aircraft down to a certain degree, and that would cause delays. A jet stream is a band of is a narrow, high altitude band of strong winds, and it typically flows from west to east. What's the distance from Singapore to destination? Australia, roughly 4,000 km. Japan and like South Korea and stuff, like 5,000 kilometers. London is roughly 11,000 kilometers. New York is 15,000 kilometers. Europe is 4,000 kilometers ish. Europe is 4,000. Sorry. Distance from Singapore to Europe. Europe, 10,000. Roughly. How does it take it to fly from Singapore to destination? So I say flies at roughly 900 kilometers per hour. A flight to 850, yeah. 900, let's say roughly 13 hours to Europe, like Germany, roughly 14 hours to England, then 18 hours to New York. Yep. China, Japan, Australia, roughly all 6 hours, depending on where you fly, of course. London is roughly 14 hours. Europe is roughly 12 hours, 12 to 13 hours. New York is 18 hours. China is 6 hours as well. We're traveling from Singapore to destination. Which countries or water bodies will you overfly? USA is Pacific Ocean. And Canada Europe would be the Indian Ocean. For example, Germany would be the Indian Ocean. And Europe, China would be South China Sea. Malaysia. I need to see the map again. Map of Asia. India, flying to Europe would mean over the Indian Ocean. India, Indian Ocean, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia. What? China, you would fly over Vietnam potentially and South China Sea. Not Thailand. That could be Thailand, depending on destination. Malaysia. South China Sea. Australia is down here. Fly over Indonesia for sure. Indonesia, Pacific Ocean, yeah. Japan, you would fly over South China Sea, Taiwan, East China Sea. Definitely not the Sea of Japan. South China Sea, Taiwan, East China Sea. Where's the Atlantic Ocean? Bro. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dude, geography is so difficult, man. Singapore. Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea. Hmm. Indian Ocean. Is it under the Indian Ocean or what? I can't see it on the map I'm looking at. World map. So we're roughly here. South Atlantic Ocean, North Pacific Ocean. The Arctic Ocean is north of Russia and south of Argentina. I think this map is quite good. I want to keep that map in my so we have Brazil, we have South Africa, we have Africa. So South Atlantic Ocean is west, or like it's around South Africa, Argentina, Brazil, and South Pacific Ocean is to the west of South America. And then the North Pacific Ocean is to the west and east of North America. Then the Arctic Ocean is above Russia. The North Pacific Ocean is also next to China. And the South Pacific Ocean is also next to Australia. In between Australia and so this whole water body is okay. Yeah, Madagascar is Indian Ocean, I think. It's quite hard to like. I don't know if there's actual maps. Like, is there territorial maps where they show the actual territory of everything? Mm. Mm. Traveling from Singapore to the station, which country will fly? Australia is southeast. So we're here, Australia is here. You would overfly Indonesia, Pacific Ocean. Describe the flight path of an aircraft which you took in your most recent flight. To Taiwan. Northeasterly heading over Pacific Ocean. Wrong. Over South China Sea. Oh, this map doesn't show South China Sea. Bro. How come there's no South China Sea? South China Sea, East China Sea. So Taiwan is there. Singapore. Fly over the Philippines. Not Malaysia. When departing from Singapore to destination, which direction does the aircraft fly to? Europe, you fly west or northwest. China, you fly north or northeast. Japan is northeast. Australia is southeast. And America is east. What is a great circle distance? It is the shortest distance between 2 points on a spherical body. What are the existing geographical or political issues and current affairs certain countries which may affect or be concerned to aviation? Military unrest in the Middle East and Russia, which means potential alterations to flight routes have to be taken for safety measures. What are some of the challenges you may face should you fly to destination during this time of the year? In tropical countries, it's monsoon season. Monsoon seasons, SEA. May to October. And May to October. Weather can become very concerning because of thunderstorms, massive rainfall, etc. Flying to hot regions like the Middle East, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, these countries can cause some discomfort for passengers due to heat. And can lead to increased takeoff distances since the thinner air in hot countries provides less lift from the wings and less thrust from the engines. Bad weather, slippery runways, ice can create drag, etc. fuel can thicken, etc. Hotter air. Oh, whoa, whoa, there's one thing I need to add. 1 second. Uh, help helps the traffic separation, making collisions less likely. How does temperature change with height? At what range does it? What rate does it change? The temperature gets colder the higher you go, at roughly 2 degrees Celsius per 1,000 feet. What is the most dangerous cloud to fly through? The cumulonimbus. And it's because the cumulonimbus has all sorts of weather phenomena: thunderstorms, icing, hail, lightning. What are the effects on countries which are located on the boundaries of tectonic plates? Countries located on the boundaries of tectonic plates are more vulnerable to experience earthquakes or severe earthquakes. What are the threats of volcanic eruptions? Volcanic ash getting ingested by the engine, which can leave them inoperable. Inoperable. What's the word for not operational? Inoperative. Okay, can leave them inoperative. And the debris can also hit the aircraft and potentially damage it. What are the potential challenges faced when flying over mountainous terrain? When flying over mountainous terrain, visibility is poorer. There can be severe up and down drafts. Wind changes in general can be more violent there. All of these cause a potential turbulence. Describe how does GPS work? The GPS uses satellite signals or emits satellite signals which get received by GPS receivers, and if the receiver receives 3 signals, it can give you the detailed location of a body in a 2D dimension. And if you get if you can receive up to 4 signals, then you get the location of the body in 3D as well. And GPS could be disrupted by buildings or by other radio signals, because the GPS signal is very weak. Since the GPS signal itself is quite weak. Boom. Okay. Alright, 5 hours, I'm done. Let's hunt some monsters. No, I want to go to become a pilot. My friend works at ATC already, so I have a rough idea what that's like. But yeah, only a rough idea. Pilots aren't the main characters. They're just part of the system. At least in my head. Yeah, without pilots, the plane wouldn't fly, you know, but without cabin crew, everything would be inoperative, basically. Without passengers, nothing would happen. Without the ground staff, nothing would happen. We're all just part of a big cog. Yep, cog. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's very poorly optimized. That is very, very true. this guy's crazy. Hello, can I please get a drink or potion in? Anything. Thank you. All right. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. All right, dude. Okay, okay. Ah, yeah, of course. Ah, you don't even get an offset attack in. Yeah, of course. It's 1 millisecond too late, dude. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm instantly dead, man. From full HP, literally. And I have the best armor set in the game. That's absolutely fucking insane, dude. There's no way they tested this guy. Why is his damage output so much higher than everything else in the game? Look at this shit! I can't even hit him! I have like 0 avenues to ever start hitting him. What a bullshit fight! Yeah, of course, of course. Where's my power clash, bro? Where's my power clash, bro? What? How did it not block? What happened? How was it not a block? I was literally standing in front of him blocking. You guys all saw it. I blocked that. My sword was literally out in my butt. Bitch. Yeah, well, all you can do is scream. Okay, scream, come. What is happening? Why is my block not working? Can I get my thing? I'm dead, dude. Oh my god, Offset is so trash against this guy, man. Offset is so giga trash against this guy. Because his breath attack is uncounterable if you offset. I don't even see him. Where is he? Okay, very nice. Alright. Come then, bitch. I'm stunned? Oh shit, dude. This guy's insane. He's so much harder than Arkveld, man. It's not even close. How is Arkveld the flagship monster, not this guy? Alright, bro. I really don't know when there's an opening for me, dude. Yeah, but he should be flagship for this monster too, for this game too. Let's be realistic here, guys. This guy's insane. This guy is crazy, man. Arkveld is a joke compared to this dude. Like, actual joke. I'm just gonna walk towards him and perfect block everything. Like a Chad, okay? Well, I didn't even see that. Where is he? Where is he? I can't see him. Dude, he's so big. Hello? Counter! And wound break. Counter! I'm coming. Bro. Oh, nice trap, bro. I got him. In the head. Break the wound. Ah! I tried to shoulder bash that, man. Bro. I love the amount of vision I have also. I literally can't see him. Nah, what are you screaming for, huh? You know you're a puss? Come. What? What? Kill me faster, faster! Kill me! Oh my gosh. What? You can't shoulder bash that thing. Ay. Bro, I don't know why it's not blocking. I have no clue why it's not blocking. I always get hit by that attack somehow. Am I facing the wrong way? No, right? And then like this guy is literally insane. It just snowballs. Like you get hit once, if you're unlucky, you're just instantly dead. There's nothing you can do about it. Literally, absolutely nothing you can do about it. If you're unlucky, you just die instantly. And the fact that offset is so useless against him is also crazy. But I got him now. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, scream all you want. Come on, come on. Alright, you know what? Screw yourself, I'm just gonna do jump attacks. Until I mount you again. That's right. Bitch, stand still! I got you! Ah, you motherfucker. Oh. Yeah, I've come close to triple carting against this guy as well. Tough hunt. It's so much tougher than the other guy. Are you just piecing out? I see you, bro. Alright. Let's do this one more time. I want to see if I'm actually that trash or if it's a hard fight. Yeah. Okay. Metal up. That was pretty good for me. That was terrible for me. Oh my gosh. Break the wound! Oh my god. Now we got it. Yeah, here we go. Oh, you're on the ground now. Boom! Boom! And... boom! And... boom! Oh, crap, dude. Oh, they're chasing you, dude. I need a hot drink, hot drink, hot drink, hot drink. Hot drink, hot drink, hot drink. Where's my hot drink? Oh, I still didn't drink it, bro. Drink it. What? They couldn't move the entire time. How is it allowed? Here we go, Yeah, I don't care, Okay, so my offset attack. Right into... where am I? Yeah, oh, dude, that damage is just... ridiculous. Where's the power clash? Dude, this attack is so fast, and why does it do so much damage, man? What is up with that? And it just depletes your entire health pool in like a second. Another second, one hit. Yeah, okay, dude, okay. Great, I actually died. The damage output is not like, no way, dude. There's no way. I forgot to refill my potions or what? I almost died from reflecting an attack with an offset, bro. Yeah, hit faster. Hit me now. I'm pinned. I have a screamer pot. Oh my gosh, relax, bro, relax. Oh my gosh. What happened again? Why did my guy roll? What? I wasn't even standing. How did I roll? I died Jobu my butt, man. But this monster is so dumb. I actually don't even enjoy this fight. I think the monster's too big. Like, it looks cool, but the entire fight mechanics are kind of ass, if you ask me. Other than cool looks, this monster has nothing fun about it. Like, one or two shot mechanics is not fun. Well, mostly one shot mechanics are not fun. Which this guy basically is. Sorry, I took one hit. Sorry, man. Won't take another hit, I promise. Oh, I'm pinned again. Nice, nice. Nice. Yeah. Man, apparently I couldn't even move there either. Luckily I perfect guarded this, otherwise I would have just been dead. Oh. Oh, now I'm stunned. Congratulations, dude. Such a fun fight. Wow. Game devs, you really outdid yourself on this one. How could you make this fight any worse than it was in Rise, bro? In Rise, this fight was actually fun. What did they do into this game? In this game, to this fight, that is so unfun. I'm never fighting this guy again after this. Not until they like make it a normal fight. That's actually stupid. I'm actually annoyed with this fight. I hit it offset, I can't even do anything with it, man. Oh, sorry, I thought it was my turn. My bad, my bad. It's not my turn. Never my turn. Apologies, man. The camera is awful. The one-shot mechanic is awful. As I said, there's just nothing I like about this fight in this game, at least. I thought it was a fantastic fight in in Rise, though. I don't know why I couldn't block that. Oh, the first attack misses that I block, and then the second attack that I don't block hits me. Okay, okay, no problem. Let's keep up the bullshit, guys. Let's keep up the bullshit for as long as possible. Oh, yeah. Lovely, dude. go the wrong way? I'm never gonna trip a card to this guy though. Alright? That's a promise. Because I hate him with such a passion, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Does the guy also sleep? He sleeps too? Alright. Big mistake, bro. Imagine sleeping. Okay, man. I have to fight him again. Okay? I think one last time. Then the investigation is gone. I will fight him one more time. Upgrade. No. Upgrade. No. Change equipment. Alright. Well, I mean, I could remove... I could get level 7 defense into these. I think I'll do that. So I get defense here. Defense. Oh no. Do I have defense fuel? Should be here somewhere. There. Defense. I mean, level 7 defense looks not bad, right? I mean, it looks quite shit, actually. Boom, dude. Okay, max level defense. Is it max level? Defense boost, bro. So what does it do? What does our 7 defense do? Again? Yeah. Damn. I see if it actually makes a difference in this hunt, okay? Because it might actually just not make any difference. Oh wait, we can also upgrade defense a bit with the smithing. But I don't know what set I want yet. And that's the ah, fuck, man. Too many problems. Too many problems. Yeah, okay. We have 2 left. Alright, so we have to kill this guy twice. 2 times more. Yeah, you can sell him, but I just used most of my materials to buy the reinforcement materials, so I don't have that much left. You have to drink a cold drink again? Okay, okay, this time I drink a cold drink straight away. Okay, cold drink in. Mantle on. And go. Don't stream, don't stream! No! Hit me, hit me! Yeah, good, 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 good. What? Free defense dog shit, dude. It doesn't do anything. Alright, that's a lie, that's a lie. I actually have the mantle on, so it might be doing a lot actually. I forgot that I had the mantle on. Maybe the friend's actually not bad. Oh yeah. Alright, right. Hit me, now. Nice, nice, nice. No. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. No. Oh my god, I need to bonk. I need to bonk. I need to bonk. Bonk now, bonk now. Come here, come here. I need to kill the wound for health. Here we go, here we go. Health. Health. Ah. Oh, what? I missed the head. Holy shit, dude. My ass. No, no! Oh. I think I'm kicking his ass this time. Oh shit, dude. That was close. But I said Moxie. Why is this little bird coming here? Get out, bird! Oh my gosh, bird. I'm pinned? Oh shit. Bad news, dude. I definitely can't do anything. Like, once you're on the floor, what do you actually do? I'm definitely kicking his ass this time. Yeah, mounting is easy, but like, what? I don't even know what sneak attack does. It's just like an initial attack, right? That deals a little bit of damage. But it's also not that much damage, I feel like. Quite a little. Oh, I thought it was... I don't know why I thought he was going to climb up that thing. Oh my gosh, dude. Come. Haha, lol. Hello. Alright, I wrecked him this time. Getting more used to him. That's still a pretty trash fight, in my opinion. All right. How good is the flare decoration? Does anybody know what it actually does and how it works? What does it mean when it says it creates wounds easier? I mean, I don't really care about min-maxing so much. I kind of just want to make monsters bleed. Because then I can do the Batman voice. Do you bleed? I didn't say Batman. I mean, I didn't mean Batman voice, but a Batman line. Don't say watch out, heal me instead. I don't know what Power Clash does. What's the optimal follow after Power Clash? Dude, how? This fight is so much easier, dude. It's actually crazy. Why is this a flagship monster? I thought flagship monster is notorious for being the hardest. Bro, I don't have my thing equipped. Fuck. No, no. Let go, let go. Ah, you asshole. Oh, I'm trying too fast. The hitboxes in this game are a bit weird though. Like, sometimes it hits you before it actually hits you, I feel like, at least. I don't think monsters should be allowed to fly literally across the entire map. Personal opinion. This fight is so much easier, man. It's not even close.
皆さんから話を聞いてきました。
Well, I guess we're pretty much done with this game, guys. Hunted all the... Wait, weren't there some event quests?
Hi.
I mean, alright. Okay, I'll finish the 2 event quests, guys, and then we're done. Where's my decorations? I mean, my layered armor, dude. I wanna look like Akuma again. Or like Mr. Olympia. Oh. Why does he keep falling into the ground? I don't really like the approach with the open world still. I hope they remove that again in the next Monster Hunter, personally. It's way too annoying to chase monsters down as well. I have no clue where it's going, dude. That's a pretty good QL, actually. But it shouldn't be flying for that long. It's just unnecessary. Alright, that's one event. Good coup scale. I wonder if you're gonna get to hunt the behemoth again or not. I really like the behemoth hunt. I mean, I love Behemoth, dude. I'm heavily biased towards Behemoth. Behemoth is such a Chad. And that fight in Worlds was insanely fun. Alright. I think there's anything else left to do. Well, I guess I still have to upgrade my armor to max. These guys? Sorry, I'm gonna be doing probably more streams like this where there will be more studying and not as much game time, because right now there isn't really a game that I'm very interested in, so might as well just use the time, you know, study. Game was fun. Optimization still terrible though. Yeah, it was alright. I still feel like the hunts are over too quickly for some reason. How is my pilot quest progress? Still at the very beginning. I'm trying my hardest though. Okay, guys. I'm trying my hardest, and well, hopefully down the line it will be enough, man. Okay, so theoretically, okay, if you show up to an interview and you can answer almost every question, right? That should be pretty good, right? Like, you can't ensure that you get taken in, but there's a decent chance you will. So we'll see. Hopefully, hopefully I get in. I'll keep you guys updated, as always. I might be leaving soon, by the way, for like a month or so, maybe a bit longer, to Australia, and start my initial flight training. But the whole purpose of that is... So, okay. You have to imagine right now, this is the harsh truth, okay? I haven't furthered my education since I finished school back in 2013. My certification is really damn good. I could do anything in Germany with it. You know, I could work as an electrical engineer, electrician, some sort of engineer anywhere. I could go to any uni with it because I was one of the best students at my school. But it is not accredited here in Singapore. They're like, what is this? So on the resume, it looks like I'm a lazy like a lazy guy that has no skills or anything, because they don't know that to be successful in esports, you need to develop a lot of skills, like human skills and technical skills, to even be able to reach the top. You know, like you need to develop good leadership skills. You need to develop good teamwork. There's so many things you need to do, but they don't really think about that. Like Singapore is a very, I like to call it a paper country. You know, by paper country I mean this entire country is so fixated on degrees and educational papers that they don't really see beyond that. If you don't bring a degree there, you're immediately like bottom of the pack. It doesn't matter what your personality is. It doesn't matter if you meet the minimum requirements. All that doesn't matter. So the only reason why I'm starting my own flight training soon, or planning to anyway, is because I want to get a license, like a private license, to show them, oh, this guy's actually tryharding. You know, like he wants this, basically. It is purely to set me apart from the other people, because the competition is fierce, and I'm already highly disadvantaged. So yeah, that is why, basically. And hopefully doing that will give me that little bit of a tiny extra push. That will then mean, yep, you're going through. But again, even with that, it's still going to be incredibly difficult. As I said, I'm trying my best, guys, for the Dota community, for all the people. I'm a people's man, after all. USA, USA. Alright, guys. I'm going to be heading off here. And I'll talk to you guys, I don't know, tomorrow or Monday, but soon. Stay strong. Thanks for watching. And talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. See you.